Hey, hey, hey! Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist! By Mouth Daily. Pill number 809! Dang it to heck! Alright, are you here to light my fire? Come on, baby. Light my fire. Set phasers to flaming. Alright. Go gadget fire! Alright. So some of you might be wondering what this show is about. People often wonder what this show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 809 pills, 809 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy does she eat now. Hell, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment. With Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also the Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harness the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quarter of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me, I want to be dirty, thrill me, chill me, fill me. Creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, and a spoonful of Mary Poppins. Finally, lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got this show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Oh, Alice fell. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen, with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and seamstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco on dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo! Hey, Cameron. Cameron's laughing. Hey, Charlotte. Welcome to Jason as the Social Scientist. And hello, Robin. Lovely to see you. Hello to everyone. I always like to get the premise out before I start saying hi to. That way, when people come back and watch the show, the reruns, then they can see what the show's about. They don't have to watch for 10 minutes watching me say hi to everybody before. Anyway, hello, everyone. Dang it. All right. Hey, Brad. Oh, let's see. I'm everybody's guy, Brad. All right. The next step, we don't raise the roof here. Other places they raise the roof. Here we blow the motherfucking roof off and raise the floor. Because a rising floor lifts all feet. Hey, Lolo. Hey, Patty. Hello. Bang it, dang it, double dog, dang it. Hammer, hammer. Screw, screw. Nail, nail. Pound, pound. Construction noises. Thank you, Amy. I'm feeling pretty decent tonight. Pretty decent. I got a new book. I ordered a book to read on the show. There's a short story I really liked when I was an adolescent called The Moving Finger. It's by Stephen King. It's from a book of short stories. I read it in a book of short stories. It's originally from a magazine or something, I think, but it's from a book of short stories called Nightmares and Dreamscapes. So we'll be reading those tonight. I think it'll be fun. I just remember really enjoying. I don't know. I always had a shy bladder growing up, and so The Moving Finger is about this guy there's a finger that's like coming out of the sink in his bathroom, and every night it gets longer, and he can't pee, and he ends up having to go to the alley to pee. I don't know. Cool. I'm glad you're happy. Hey, Jillian, hello. All right. All right. Oh, you both love me. You know it. Joseph and Brad, we love you. Let's give Joseph and Brad a shout out. Joseph and Brad, sitting in the echo chamber. Joseph and Brad, sitting in the echo chamber. Not yet, Amy. Still giving them away for free. All right. Now let's see. Before we build it up, we should break it down. Oh wait, the boombox is dead. That's right. I gotta get new batteries for the boombox. Haven't you had one, Amy? I'll give you one. Let's see. Alright. Dang it. I'll give you one soon here. You're next. Alright. So, some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day. It doesn't work as well without the boombox. Take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. On my birthday, come back for I Love Lucy edition, Brad. And find support after 809 pills, 809 shows. Number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. I'm glad I could help. I'm sorry about your friend, though, Amy. Find support after 809 pills, number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around about the show. The bells, bows, and the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy, does she eat now. Hell, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and still in display on the 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp Panay cells, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Thanks, Rita. Nice to see you. Oh, I'm really sorry, April. Yeah, I'm really sorry. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland. Hey, Kim. A helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Thank you, Stefan. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with Antissa. Paige McIntyre, we love you! Paige McIntyre, we love you! patient. Touch me, I want to be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fill me, creature of the night. You're next, Amy, you're next. An undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, and a spoonful of Mary Poppins. Finally lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds, and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first, on the second coming, will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children, and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it'd be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! All right. So that's the show in a fairly large nutshell. Hey, Lauren, thank you. That's a jolly good hat. Is that Mike? Is it Mike that asked? Jolly good hat. Hey, Stillwell, hello. All right. Dang it. We're getting there. All right. And it's cold here too, Paige. Holy crap. Hey, Jessica. Let's see here.
Hey, McIntyre, we love you.
You're welcome, Joseph. You're welcome. All right. Almost ready to start the mini fireplace, and I'll be ready for a dab. What else we got planned for tonight? I don't know. Can't wait for my birthday though. Should have some fun party favors for my birthday. It'll be great. I try, Joseph. I try. All right, Robin. Communion, indeed. Communion. Hey, Joanna. Sweet, sweet. That's the next step here. That's the next step. Alright, where's my trolley? Where's my trolley? Dang it to heck. Alright, now time for the mini fireplace. Hey, Jason. Hey, Elizabeth. Alright. Go Gadget mini fireplace. Oh, yeah, new words of the day. Thank you, Scott. What's funny? Who said it was funny? Am I a clown? Do I look like a clown to you? Maybe a little. Alright, dang it, dang it, dang it. Alright, new words of the day. How goes it, Travis? Good. Or the good and good were the words of the day. Happy early birthday, April. And again, I'm sorry about was it your uncle? I'm sorry. It is, Peter. It is. And then there's also one more other Gumby and Pokey if you can find him. Alright. Dang it. Alright, the first new word of the day is... Oh, too bad, Elizabeth. I'm sorry. We'll get some rest. I'm glad you stepped in. Alright, the first new word of the day is world. World. Alright, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Dang it. Alright, and the second new word of the day is... My favorite world. World 8 in Super Mario Bros. 3 is my favorite world. Alright. Dang it. Alright, I think it's that once I get these words up, it's time for a dab. I'm doing pretty good. It's sad.
Hey, McIntyre, we love you.
Dang it. Love, peace, and chicken grease. All right. Get some rest, man. Community. Thank you. The other Gumby and Pokey are here. Back here.
Hey, McIntyre, we love you. Hey, McIntyre, we love you.
All right, time for a dabby dab. Christian Johnson. You've been here before here, haven't you? You're just looking for a shout out. I don't know, but it's an old Gumby. Gumby goes back to like the 30s, I think. Well, you're watching the wrong Gumby shows, I guess. All right. Somebody told me to put that banana between his legs, so I just went with it. Hey, Evan. The little Gumby's reaching up for that the big banana up there, too. Never mind. All right. Okay. Hey, Nina.
Hey, McIntyre, we love you.
Nectar collector. Woo! Good night, Elizabeth. I'll do my best to stay warm. That's pretty tough. Easy peasy, what's that? Oh, I hope you like the smell, Jason. Now. Now what? Won't read right away. But we'll read a short story in a little bit. What else we got planned? Oh, Amy, your shout out.
Amy Granfield, we love you.
Hey, Audra, Linda. Hello. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Maybe I'll dang the dang show again. I love you too, Cat. Let's see. Oh, we'll go to craziest videos and crazy videos and Facebook viral videos. Stop there for a minute. Share it a few more times in a bit. Yeah, I think I've seen back in the early 2000s or early 90s, I saw a movie that portrayed some of Ted Bundy's crimes. I don't know where my strainer hat is. This is just my. I usually wear this with it. I don't know where the colander is. Dang. I just rewatched season 7 of Game of Thrones in anticipation of the next season coming up here. The final season. To say I'm a little disappointed, but with how it's ending up. But, meh. People call it fan porn. I think that's I've heard it called fan porn, and I think that's a good description of it. Poorly written fan porn. Dang it. So, I was gonna do some dishes tonight. Exciting stuff. Dang it. Oh, I think it's really good. But, the last season 7 and this new season aren't based on the books, right? Because he hasn't written the last book. And so the stuff they've written in place of instead of what the author wrote have just been ugh. But before that, like, it's just like really daring storytelling, like interesting storytelling, and none of your favorite characters are safe, kind of thing. And then just it's, I don't know, degenerates into like I don't know. Peter, it's the sampling demo on the Casio LK175 keyboard. This keyboard right here. Whatever you sample last, like when you press that and hold down the sampling demo button, whatever you had sampled last gets weaved into the demo. There must be a way to do, I don't know how to do it, there must be a way to create other kinds of similar things. Dang it. You know, like some of the things, like, I don't think I'll do any spoilers, but like one of the things I don't like about the last, like they take like things happen and the amount of time that, like, just because you like, you know, it's a cool idea for something to happen, like, doesn't mean like it's like feasible for it to happen in the story. Like, oh yeah, I want my favorite characters to be together and fight together or be together, and like they're so far apart in this huge world, and like I don't know, just it's not possible for what to happen. Raw man Jimmy, hey Rams Killer, what does that say? All right, communion. Hey, Chi-Reg. Dang it. Should we just read a story? Hey, Kusha. What happened, Rams Killer? Let's see. You made wild, passionate love to a stranger, and it was the best experience of your life. And then they, I don't know. Ouch. Owie. How did that happen? Was it while you were making wild, passionate love to a stranger? Dang it, dang it, dang it.
Amy Cranfield, we love you.
Bumping love uglies? Is that way? Is that fun way to have sex? Have sex? Say I'm having sex? I don't know. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Man's killer, she ripped out her eyebrow ring. Nope, the government's open for 3 weeks. I've been hearing people say that Trump didn't build the wall, we got a cave instead. It was a big cave. Now you're limp Jimmy Fisher. Good evening, Clint. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Jack has been getting hives all over his body. Let's see if I can show you a picture here. Let's see if we can tell on this.
Amy Cranfield, we love you.
2 nights in a row. Like by morning they were gone the first night, and I gave him some Benadryl. The 30th will be my birthday, Clint. We'll have a special edition, an I Love Lucy edition, I think, is the plan. Hey, Nikita. It's not painful, it's just itchy. It's weird. It pops up all over his body. The kids had a sleepover last night. I don't know. I don't think so. No, that's the same laundry detergent. But yeah, the kids had a sleepover last night. I don't think it has anything to do with the rash because he had the rash the night before too. But yeah, the kids had a great time. So it was Friday night, right? And then they went to gymnastics. The kids take gymnastic class on Wednesday night, but on Friday night, because they have class, they can go from 7 to 10 for open gym. And we had an extra free pass that they give for guests. So I took them. They stayed there playing on all the gymnastics equipment, you know, like foam pit and I don't know what else, like trampolines and stuff. Like, I like hung out there from 7:30 till 10, and then got Pizza Hut for them. No, he's vaccinated for one, and it'd be different. It'd be different for his chicken pox. Hey Ashley, hello. G-Rig, you get skin problems from dust? Chicken pox, the skin would be open, like blisters. I had chicken pox. Well, you probably did too. I had chicken pox when I was like 11, I think. Not on his face, no. Yeah, it seems like allergic to something, right? Like, I've been given a Benadryl. Nothing's new, I don't think. New shirt? I don't think so. But you know, like he wore the clothing all day, and then it was like later, like right before bed. I don't know. His body. His trunk, his arms, his legs. I mean, yep, it's big 4-0. I don't think. Basically, I just have him use shampoo all over, so I don't. And he hasn't been using it new. No, because it like went away and then came back the next night. 2 nights in a row it was like that. He woke up in the middle of the night, the first night. I don't even think he was wearing a shirt. And then the second night, it happened before he went to bed. So, I don't know. I don't even know what German measles is. Well, I mean, I guess it's possible you caught something from either at school or gymnastics. I don't know. But it's weird. It goes away and comes back. That's the weird thing, too. I hope not, Ryan. Like I said, the second night it happened, and it was before I even went to bed. There's a pomegranate in the house. Jack was theorizing the pomegranate. Well, I don't think he even ate it. So, I don't know. Hey, Lisa. I don't even think he touched it. I didn't handle the pomegranate. No one handled the pomegranate at all last night. Huh. I don't know. It's a little worrying. Jack's 2 nights in a row, he's gotten the hives all over his body. And I'll show you again. No, I don't think anything's new. What's your ointment for it, Chirag? I hope it gets better. Who knows, right? Who knows? Sophie hasn't been doing anything new either. Oh. I hope that clears up for you, Chirag. I was reading on Popular Science how to make your own half pops. You boil the kernels first for like 30 minutes. No, Mama G. He was sick last week. About a week ago. He was supposed to have the same sleepover. Last Friday he was supposed to have the same sleepover, and we had to cancel it because he was puking. He didn't go to school last Friday morning because he woke up. You know, at the bottom of the bag of popcorn, sometimes the kernels, like there'll be a few kernels that don't pop all the way. It'd be just like split open, and they're like the tastiest ones out of all the kernels. What it does is it weakens the boiling weakens the husk or whatever, and so it doesn't take as much force to, and it just so it doesn't pop as hard, I guess. That's an interesting theory, Lisa. I can't read the last of your comment, Don, but or the rest of Lisa's either, but. Thanks, Evan. Thanks. Thanks, man. Thank you. Honestly, there's so much more you could do with this, too. If I had, like, people working with me and a little bit longer room, you could do a lot. I could get like this big, like have me way running around and be this big. I could jump around, look like I'm playing around with the characters here. Have the ribbon be so long, I need a Segway to drive down there. Sweet, man, sweet. Dang it, I'm out of soda. I have to do the dishes. Oh, Kyle's here. Kyle Steve Smith. Hello. Oh, what else can we talk about? I was in like a few messenger groups, and the other day I got all huffy and quit them all. There's these three groups that like have a lot of the same people in them, like people I know from the Discordian Society, and we just and we were just talking about sexually transmitted disease and like HIV disclosure and legality, and I don't know, like, and it's one thing to disagree with me, right? But it's also too like people are just really disrespectful, and people are just like fearful and ignorant and say stupid, hurtful things they don't even mean to, I don't think. And I don't know. I don't think I heard Lisa. Oh, I know what else I have to do. I have to hang up the... Just notice there's a fairy print missing here. Well, I don't know enough about it to discuss it, but in general, I'm supportive of abortion rights, so. I think many, like, I don't know what it was before. Like, I don't know, but like the numbers can't be high with like pregnant. You know, there just can't be that many abortions. Like, of and I don't know. I just think it really should be between the doctor and the mother. Yeah, I think it's just like it's so like people like the people make a big deal out of this and like sensationalize it. I'm sure because people want to make abortions completely not available at all, and again, yeah, and I think who just said that about yeah, you be careful, Audra. I don't know who just said that about for the mother's life, right? And I think yeah, those I don't know. Whatever, I don't know. I just it's not a place for law to be interfering. I don't know what the motivations for writing the law, and I don't know what the law was beforehand. But I'm really against any restriction on abortion or any attempt to put doctors performing abortions or the mothers or the women. I shouldn't say mothers. The women that that decide to have abortions. Any move to like criminalize that, I think, is really a slippery slope. Hey, Sherry.
Hey, Big Cranfield, we love you.
I'm alright. Try to be careful choosing my words in a subject like this. Dang it. So yeah, I think I was talking about the whole disclosure with HIV, like people, and how I think it should be decriminalized for in a lot of places it's illegal or even a felony for people with HIV not to disclose it to their partner, and I think in the law in a lot of places is recognizing and U equals U, like the fact that when a person's undetectable that they don't pose a risk of transmitting. And it's just like I don't think it should be criminalized at all, really. But I just don't think any disease should be criminalized. I think it adds to stigma, and then people don't get tested, and people don't get treatment, and then it creates an environment where and people who watch my show regularly know when you don't get treatment, you're contagious, and so like. When driving it, and I know people have a lot of reactions to uh, to the idea of people. Yeah, in a lot of places it is. Like in California, they just changed the law so it's not a felony anymore. In Ontario, prosecutors aren't Ontario, Canada. Prosecutors aren't going to pursue cases anymore where the patient was undetectable. And in Ireland, there was a case where there was a person that was HIV positive since they were a minor, and one of their caregivers, like the doctor, was concerned that that person was having sex with. That now he was 18 now, and he was having sex with another young woman or something, or that's what was feared, and the court ruled that the care provider, ruled that the care provider couldn't inform the partner or disclose, like break the patient's confidentiality, and the court had argued a few different reasons. Well, one, that they didn't know for sure the person was even having sex, but they argued that even if they were having sex, that because of because of treatment and what we know now, that the risk was so low, and this was a few years ago. So right now we know more studies have come out. Even the risk is really like the director of NIH, National Institutes of Health, just wrote a blog supporting undetectable equals untransmissible. Like I don't know, the CDC, UN, AIDS, like everybody's on board with it. Like science is so strong now, I don't know. Like what upset me was in this, in these messenger group, not only people that were like supposed to be my friends, right? Just like not only do they disagree with me, but just like how they disagreed with me. I don't know, people for like one person that like like people were referring to HIV as AIDS, it seemed intentional to me. I'm not sure, but and even if it wasn't intentional, just like I don't know, that's like the level of ignorance, and just like just being ignorant and like I don't know, whatever. A lot of places it doesn't matter whether it's controlled or not, or in some places it doesn't matter if you use any. But there's no one law that covers everywhere. It's a patchwork of laws. You're welcome, Sherry. I just talking about. I was upset with people in this messenger group, so I quit the messenger group and unfriended a couple people. This is like I don't know. Just needed some space from people. Thanks, Evan. Thank you. Yeah, that was my favorite part of your letter, Evan, was like you and your friends know. So and not just them, but their caregivers. Like when they go to the nurse, they I've heard lots of people come back and say, "Oh, I told my nurse about this, and they didn't know about it. I told my this, and they didn't know about it." And so yeah, so people's like anybody who watches this, and then anybody who watches this and then tells their friends, their doctors, their nurses, and yeah, it spreads like a virus. Knowledge does spread like a virus. Yeah, especially when they start a groupthink. I was talking to another one of my friends about, that she knew this group of people, and and she just is saying when people start getting in a groupthink, it can be, and people just like can say hurtful things. Hey, McCool, nice to see you. It's been a while. Sometimes you need to take a break. We were just saying that, right? Wait, bake, and medicate. Right. Oh, you guys should see these dishes. No, you shouldn't see them. Oh, I could wait till tomorrow, I suppose. Dang it to heck. Oh, maybe I'll share the show again. Excuse me. Oh, that sounds terrible. Oh, I'm right. I live near New Glarus, even, don't I? My coworker at the inpatient psych unit, she lived in New Glarus, I think. That's my. Oh, thank you, Lisa. Just dang the dang show. Let's see, we'll go to Facebook live streaming. Facebook live video streaming. Let's see. About amazing design, art, and videos around, can't read the rest of it, around the world or something. Let's do one more. And art, design, abstract, illusion, surreal, something, video, and sculpture. I don't work anywhere right now, Ryan. I used to work in a hospital on an inpatient psych unit. Jenny, thank you. Ding. All right. Here's my old work ID. It's a labor of love. I don't know if you call it work. That's cool, Lisa. I am Sherry. I am. I was board certified in psychiatry, so yeah, I think it's fair to call me a psych nurse. Thanks. I worked for 12 years, I think. On the inpatient psych unit. Cool. Who's gonna go first? You should go first. Yes, you should go, McCool. It wasn't bad. The schooling was pretty easy. I have an associate degree from, it's called MATC at the time. I think they call it Madison College now. It used to be called the Madison Area Technical College, and yeah, I thought I don't know, it wasn't much more difficult than high school, I would say. I had a pretty good high school though. I had some really cool teachers. The most difficult classes were anatomy and physiology, and what was the other difficult one? That was the most difficult one. I forget what else was difficult. Maybe let's play a record. Let's get in there, Eric. Let's get in there. I'm surviving, AJ. Went to one arcade pizza place here with my friend the other. And there's another one too, I think. I'll go with you, Julie. That'd be fun. This song is called "Have You Ever Been Lonely?" Vocals are by Mario Lozer. you ever been lonely? You can message me for my address, so it's also on the page. If I had an actual hammer, I don't know where the hammer's at. That's not actually the White House. That's the like Capitol building, Wisconsin Capitol. The Rainbow Connection. I have a guess. I don't know if I should guess. Go Gadget mini fireplace. No. Not mini fireplace. Go Gadget nectar collector. Is it Waldo? Waldo here? I don't know if he goes by different names in other countries. You call him Wally? All right. Nice. Woo. I got it. I don't know. It was up when when I was tripping, right? I don't know. I can't remember. So it's my turn now, right? All right. Let me think. Let's see. I spy with my little eye something beginning with the letter B. Thanks, Johnny. There's the dab. All right, here we go. Ready? Nope, nope, nope. It's not Barbie, it's not Brock, it's not Banana. Hi, Christina. It's not Blunt or Bong either. Not Button. All good guesses. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. I think you pretty much have to know what it is. But you can see it clearly. I don't think you have to, I don't think you'll know what it is though. Not Bones, not Bust, not Beard, not Big Tarvey. That would have been a good one. All right, it's two words, and both of them begin with the letter B. Not balloon. Not bouncy ball. Not Barbie Moody, not, what was the other one? Nope. Not Brass Ball, not Big Butts, not Bible Basher, not Bubble Butt. Not blue balls. You can't see those. I think it's tricky because you'd have to know. I think I picked a hard one. We're playing I Spy. I Spy with my little eye. Something that begins with the letter B. And then I give a clue. It's two words, both beginning with B. How about one more? It's a name. It's a name. Yay, follow me, Christina. Follow me. Oh, you mean the actual? I forgot. I thought you meant like there's a button from Facebook. But oh yeah. Babu Bob. There. No, that's not the right answer, but not Blackbeard either. Good to see you, man. Somebody sent me this too. Somebody sent it to me. So it was in one of the What's in the Box episodes. Hey! Official Gil, hello. Not brats. Not the Biktarvy bottle, nope. Not Barack Obama. Nope. Nope, it's a name. Remember, it's a name. Not Big Boy. Betty Boop, that's it. Kushla got it. Sherry's right behind. Betty Boop, right there. That was a tough one. It was tough, hard to see. Hey, Teresita, right back at you. Try to get small so you can see Kusha. You have as many choices as possible. Ah!
Forces review score 93.
93. Dang it, dang it, dang it.
Want me to start?
I don't understand the Rainbow Connection. Rainbow Connection.
Want me to
I don't
start?
know what that is.
I'll just switch off for a while.
Not hard enough, Kyle. Not hard enough. I think I might dang the dang show again. Feel free to share the show. Let's see. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Let's see. I'll go to artists. Art. Art equals life. And art group. Thanks, Christina Elizabeth. Thanks, Teresita. Spread me like a virus. Kermit the Frog. Nice, nice. I missed the clue. Oh. Gotcha. Gotcha. Whew. You are, Kushla. You are. Thank you, Christina. I'll give you a shout out and let's see, and we'll start telling people what the show's about. Christina Elizabeth, we love you.
Christina Elizabeth, we love you.
Aaron, you said John Leo? Oh, we'll give John a shout out soon too. So some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication. Live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 809 pills, 809 shows, you're welcome, Aaron. A number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy do she knell, hell, I mean heck. This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy. Hey, Tammy, a dash of Mr. Ed and 2 doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf. An ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ah, ha, ha. Hello there, cow. Come up to the lab. Thank you, William. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with Antissa.
John Leo, we love you! John Leo, we love you! John Leo, we love you!
Patient. Touch me, I want to be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fill me, creature of the night. You're welcome, Aaron. Hey, Sue. An undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy. College try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins and the Full, Monty Python, finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam! Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Hey, Zach. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first on the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and seamstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. We call it PrEP, Pre-Exposure Protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! Good to see you too, Zach. This was on the bumper of my very first car that I actually bought on my own. I bought a car for my grandma, I guess, but the first car I actually had a car loan out on, right? It was a Dodge Neon in the year 2000, I think. And I took it out. I've kept it ever since. Dang it. All right. Oh, let's see. Yep. Oh, yeah, that's what it stands for. I thought it stands for the Flying Spaghetti Monster. That's how he sits right here. I don't hate anybody, Steven. It holds the chipmunk here. Thank you, William Ellis. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Too kind. Hey, Esther Joy Roberts. Hey, Amanda Gordon. Hello. Wow. That's my old driver's license. Or my old license plate, I mean. That was on the very first car the very first car I bought, brand new. Probably the only car I'll ever buy brand new. I really like leasing a car, actually, no. But yeah, I had a Chevy Malibu in 2008. I got this plate in August of 2008. So before he was elected the first time, I got Obama 12. Good traveler. I don't know. I live in Wisconsin. I live in Wisconsin. It's a Wisconsin plate. Where are you from, William? A shoe, though. It's not even really a shoe. It's like a toy that's supposed to teach kids how to tie shoes. I don't think my kids know how to tie shoes yet. They probably should learn by now.
John Mayo, we love you.
Williams in Georgia. Alright, nice. Oh, what was the answer? I missed it. The little boy travels on. Oh, the trolley. The trolley. Madison, Tanja. Madison. Right. All right. I mean, all right. I don't know where that is. I don't know where that is.
John Mayo, we love you.
Hey, Big Mac. Zach Lowe, we love you.
Zach Lowe, we love you.
I spy with my little eye something that begins with the letter R. I do spy Raylene, but that's not the answer. Oh, that's a tin of mints. Embarrassment, national embarrassments. Not records. Nope, nope. Dang it. Not Rickroll. Again, it's a character, or it's a name. I don't see R2-D2 at all. No, that's not it. It's not remote. Dang it right to Hexac. Favorite world. Words of the day. It's not Reagan. Not Roger Rabbit. There's no Roger Rabbit here. I would actually see the character before you guess them. There's no Reagan. Rudolph. It's cheating. Brumby, who's that? Who's Rudd? Not Retro Barbie. Red Flamingo is not right, William. Dang it. Red. There it is. Red from Fraggle Rock. Rams Killer's got it. That's it. Good one. Not Redbird. Dang it. Right here. I'll bring her closer. I said during Pill 800, I said, when I was tripping, I said, all right, because everybody's calling for the donut song. I said, all right, if people will bring, because I don't know where the record is, if people will get me a copy on 78 of the donut song, I will bring it out of retirement during Pill 1000, but only if those conditions are met. You gonna get it, Man's Killer? Oh my goodness. That's cool. That's cool. It is, Lucas. It is. Because the pill is ordered by mouth daily. Like, that's how I have to take it by mouth daily. But you also get to hear on the show from a bisexual mouth on the daily. Oh my goodness. Right. I'm getting old, I think. Yeah, I retired quite a while back, and then I lost it. I don't know where it is right now. It's in the records, I think, but. You can call me anything you want, Eric. Oh, thanks, Lucas. Kyle is Mr. Tumnus? Oh, I didn't know that. I'm so confused right now. I don't mind though. Which group are you talking about? Is this Acid Math, William? What are you talking about? I shared it quite a few places. Is this your first time tonight, William? Let's get you a shout out, sir. William, Alice, we love you. William, Alice, I met so many cool friends like through that group. One person, he just lives like 10 minutes away from here. He's chirped with me twice now on the show during Pill 800. This is Pill 809, so just like 9 days ago he was here and we tripped together. And I met another guy from Wisconsin here, in Acid Math, I mean, and I don't know. I just met a lot of people. I just met tons of cool people from the show in general, but a lot of people from Acid Math as well. Oh, I don't know. It's been so while. When I was a kid, we had HBO. Before we moved to North Freedom, we lived in Baraboo. So like when I was born to second grade, we lived in Baraboo, and we had cable with HBO, and so I saw Fraggle Rock when I was like up until second grade, and then we moved to North Freedom, and you couldn't get cable there at all, and so we, yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched Fraggle Rock since that second grade. That's cool, Lucas. It's been cold. It's been cold.
William Allen, we love you.
I like to call myself a bear boobian. Oh, that's fun. That's fun, April. No, not tonight, William. My birthday's coming up, and I think we might have an I Love Lucy edition that night. That's what we call them, I Love Lucy editions. It would say in the title of the show, I Love Lucy edition, if I was tripping. January 30th. Go for it, Rams Killer. Go for it.
William Allen, we love you.
It's cool, Lucas. It's cool. What? Lucille Ball would only give her guests one meatball with meatball. Is that true story? I accidentally myself became a minority. I guess I was even like an uber minority when I became HIV positive. It's like, yes. Finally a minority. I always felt like I should be anyway. Finally relieved of my white guilt. I don't know. H for I Spy. And that he what? What did he do? Manskiller did the I Spy. So that obvious Kushla?
William Allen, we love you.
Oh, Big Mac, you wanted to do a dab again, right? Story time. I'll fuck myself in. I'll tuck my. Fuck myself in or tuck myself in? I should really do the dishes, but I don't want to. Oh, I know. It's He-Man. He-Man. These bugs. Oh. Herbie. Herbie. Where are the sides? I don't see sides of what? He-Man's right here. I'm doing pretty good, Jam. Good to see you too, Matthew. I have a new book to read tonight. I ordered Stephen King, Nightmares and Dreamscapes. It's a book of short stories.
William Allen, we love you.
Sometimes it's my connection, sometimes it's yours. This story I remember when I haven't read this book since I was a teenager, right? But it's called The Moving Finger. I think I'll read this story tonight. This is the reason I bought the book, and I just remember when I was a kid, I having a shy bladder, like going to urinal. Like if somebody was in the bathroom, I couldn't go, and so and this guy in his apartment, there's a finger that's coming out of the bathroom sink, and he can't use the bathroom. And he talks about counting backwards in his head when he's at a urinal or something, and that helps him pee, and that helped me too. That's too bad, Lucas. I don't seem to have a problem touching my genitals. I'm pretty good at it. Alright, let's do it, Big Mac. I don't know. Since I become HIV positive, I have to be more careful though. I have to use lube. Because if I get any sort of little wound anywhere, you know, like if I get a friction burn or a wound like in the corner of my lip right now from the beard hairs, it causes irritation. I'm getting a yeast infection in the corner of my lip here. You know, any sort of cut in the skin. nap time. Where is everything? Somebody asked what I was eating. These are half pops. How did I find out I was HIV positive? Last time I tested negative for HIV, it was January of 2015. First time I tested positive was August of 2015. Between the time I last tested negative and first tested positive, I found out there's I had three different like sicknesses. I got like Giardia lamblia, and then I got angular cheilitis, which is yeast in the corner of my lips. Like I still get occasionally, and then I got last thing was hand, foot, and mouth disease, and toddlers get hand, foot, and mouth disease. My kid had. I got it from my kid, but adults don't get it that much, and I was like, oh, that's weird. I should go get tested again. Sure enough. All right, here we go. Really unnecessary risk, man. Yeah, man. I don't got anything to hide. Hey, Isaac. Cindy Lou.
William Allen, we love you.
I'm glad you're having a good day, Big Mac. Hey, Cindy Lou. Thank you. hopefully your friend gets treatment and you don't get it, man. And dang it. Hey Nelson, sure. Nelson, Commodore, we love you. Oh, that's not a very nice term to call somebody. Junkie's not a very nice term. Dang it. I do believe in the decriminalization of it. I don't condone any drug use. But I think I don't think Lucas is trolling. I believe him. I've seen pictures of his prescription bottles. Hey, Tim Rourke. Tim Rourke, we love you.
Tim Rourke, we love you. Tim Rourke, we love you. Tim Rourke, we love you. Tim Rourke, we love you.
Drugs are a complicated issue. I definitely believe in the decriminalization of drugs. I think the criminalization of drugs and the stigmatization of drugs is a greater scourge on society than the drugs will ever be. There's a lot of people that are functional addicts out there. It's how society treats addicts, like tough love, throwing people in prison, treating people like criminals. making access difficult, making black markets. It just like it creates an environment, fosters an environment that makes it really difficult for once people get caught in this downward spiral of like they getting turned out by their families, getting caught up in the criminal justice system, it's hard to ever get out. But I think people that use substances should be treated with compassion. I think that drugs are. I always say drugs are a symptom. They're not the cause. Like if you. Anybody that has a serious drug addiction, like if you take a closer look at their life, there's something they're medicating something. They're trying to cover up a pain, grief, trauma, something, the drugs are the symptom. Like I think if and by taking away people's, or criminalizing a person's mechanism of coping, this causes a whole new host of problems. Sorry to hear that, Christina. I think it probably can do stuff to your heart and stuff. I think either cardiac or cardiovascular thing, like stroke or heart attack or something. It's the Hotel California, William Ellis. I don't know if you heard all the things the show is, but it's also the Hotel California. It's the Roach Motel you can check in and check out. Dang it. This is the web of photons and glass. Once you comment here, you're stuck here in perpetuity. I read an interesting article. It was called the Real Cause of Addiction. I don't know if you grew up in the 80s like I did. I'm sure you're familiar with those commercials like this is your brain, it's your brain on drugs, whatever, right? Or in those commercials they'd say, just trying, cocaine once will lead to an addiction, and anyway, like those like that, and those were based on like rat studies, right? Where like rats were given, cocaine laced water or whatever, and basically I forget the parameters of the experiment, but after one dose they would just keep pressing this cocaine water to until they overdosed and died or something, right? And somebody, I forget, another scientist looked at the results of that study and said that's interesting, but looked at it a little more deeply and said, well, these rats though, they're just in a wire cage with nothing else to do, but sit there and do cocaine. What if we take these rats out of the wire cage and give them good rat lives and put them in rat paradise? So they took these rats and they put them in rat parks, where they had place to socialize, they had rat toys and rat food and all this whatever, right? Yeah. And rats that given other things to do would forgo the cocaine water or whatever and go back, and this article talked about an allegory between humans, like with in the UK where heroin is prescribed as in hospitals as like a pain reliever. You know, like there's similarly strong pain medications like Dilaudid is another one here in the United States, but like they actually use like medical grade heroin in the UK, and they were saying that like the hospital patients, the post-surgical patients, represent like the rats in the rat park, right? Like they come in, they get heroin and enough to treat their pain medication for their surgery, and they go home and they're not like they don't run out and do anything to get heroin again, because they go back to their like their social lives and their fulfill, but the people that like are addicted to heroin and like just can't give it up on the street in the UK, like they're the rats in the wire cage. Like we're all rats in wire cages here, and like I don't know, life is really hard. But maybe like if we as people like are really given a chance to like live full lives, we will choose to forgo drugs. Like life is just really difficult, and like I don't know. I'm not going to judge anybody for what they do to get from this moment to the next, because I don't know what they're going through, what they've been through, and life can be really hard. So, dang it. Hey, Chad. Yeah, life's cold. Life can be really cold sometimes. Right, all of a sudden I'm 9 Inch Nails. Thanks, Nelson. Thanks, William. It's good stuff, though, Eric. It's good stuff. You're still in a crazy fucked up dream, Chad, I think. I'm about to wake up sometime soon. Thanks, Christina. Oh, that'd be fun, Nelson. That'd be fun. Bye, Joel. There's probably an exception out there. I'm sure there's... I don't know. I'm sure there's some sincere preachers out there. Hey, Jeanette. Bye, Joel. Hey, Cheryl. Love you too. Sorry about the shoes. Wrong button up.
Team Rourke, we love you.
I think it's nice to hear that more people are getting educated about Narcan and family members and strangers, and I think that's really what people should focus on is harm reduction. I just never have. I want to get one soon, Evan. I want to get a tattoo this year. That's the most dangerous time for sure. For like people that like don't know, they're opiate naive. Think they're yeah. Mine too, William. Mine too. But that opiate naivety that got me was when I first stopped Suboxone. I was on Suboxone for a year after my I was addicted to IV Dilaudid, IV morphine, whatever pills I could get my hands on. But then I did a year of Suboxone therapy, and I would forget to take it for like up to a week at a time, and I'm like, okay, I don't really need this anymore. So I stopped for like 3 months, and I had a dose lying around, and I was like, I was having trouble sleeping. And I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna try a dose, and I took the whole strip, and I was like, barely could walk up the stairs. Like I went swimming, and I couldn't. Like felt like I was gonna fall asleep face first in the pool, and I was like, damn. You know, I've heard of people dying from Suboxone and benzo use, and I'm like, well, now I sort of understand how that might be possible. Like, I was like, I really like it felt like I could not keep my eyes open. I used to take it like before that, like 3 months before that, I was taking it, and I couldn't even tell I took it. It was like, it felt like I was taking a placebo pill. Like, I couldn't, and then, yeah, 3 months without it. Is that it? I don't know. If you take it, I don't understand. The Suboxone, I didn't feel anything after about a month of taking it. I didn't feel anything from it at all. And even when I was feeling something, it's not like the euphoric feeling. It's just like you get some, like when I first started taking it, I get like some of the nodding, feel like, just tired and like, maybe a little bit sleepy feeling, constipation, but not like the euphoria you get with other opiates. And but after about a month, I just got used to that even, and it was like that. I couldn't tell if I took it or didn't take it, and after about a year, I just like I would forget to take it sometimes up to a week at a time, and like I realized if I'm not taking it for a week, I don't really need it at all, and that's when I stopped. That's cool, Stillwell. I think yeah, the Suboxone worked well for me. He didn't really die, did he, Evan? No, is it? Wait, no. Wait, who am I thinking of? Thanks, William. I was pretty bad. I used from like around when I really started. My addiction got really kicked off after my dad died. He had all these pills left over, and then it really got really bad when my mom died. That was like in 2006, then 2007, and it just had spiraled really bad. I got like till 2000, till my first son was born. I realized that I can't be a good dad with passing out with needles in my arm. So, and my peak, I did 50 milligrams of Dilaudid IV in one. I just like it put me out like a light. I was just like, I was sitting right here, right down here at the counter right here, and I got back. I woke up and reached for the next one. It didn't even faze me how close I was to dying. Did he just die, or is he the guy that just went to prison, or did he die like a couple months ago? When I feel really in my darkest mood, sometimes I wish I'd died then, because both my parents were dead. It was before either of my kids were born. I don't know, like, I just, like, there wouldn't have been anybody around to miss me. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, Evan. I know one of those mumble rappers just went to prison. But that's only when I'm feeling really dark. I don't feel that way right now. You wouldn't have even known me, though. You wouldn't have even known me. That's too bad. That's too bad. And then... Well, it would have been an accident too. I wasn't trying to kill myself. Like all my drugs, they just appear here. They fall from the sky and. No, I'm glad I didn't either. I'm glad I'm still around. I don't know if I believe in. Pretty sure I don't believe in any destiny or fate, but I'm glad though. Synchronicity is everywhere though, for those with the eyes to see. Carl Jung said that, I think, maybe. I'm glad you made it through too, Man's Killer. Go far we got into these. So we should read a short story. Speaking of the time. I think we have about 40 minutes left. Somebody sent me Jackie. I think it was Jackie that sent me these, right? I think they're like dried marshmallow bits, like what you get in Lucky Charms minus the cereal. I don't know if there's a causal relationship, but people are definitely repressed sexually. I love tripping. All right, we're going to read The Moving Finger by Stephen King. It's a short story by Stephen King. When the scratching started, Howard Mitla was sitting alone in the Queen's apartment where he lived with his wife. Howard was one of New York's lesser-known certified public accountants. Violet Mitla, one of New York's lesser-known dental assistants, had waited until the news was over before going down to the store on the corner to get a pint of ice cream. Jeopardy was on after the news, and she didn't care for that show. She said it was because Alex Trebek looked like a crooked evangelist, but Howard knew the truth. Jeopardy made her feel dumb. The scratching sound was coming from the bathroom, just off the short squib of hall that led to the bedroom. Howard tightened up as soon as he heard it. It wasn't a junkie or a burglar in there, not with the heavy gauge mesh he put over all the windows 2 years ago at his own expense. It sounded more like a mouse in the basin or the tub, maybe even a rat. He waited through the first few questions, hoping the scratching sound would go away on its own, but it didn't. When the commercial came on, he got up reluctantly from his chair and walked to the bathroom door. It was standing ajar, allowing him to hear the scratching sound even better. Almost certainly a rat or a mouse. A little pause, clicking against the porcelain. "Damn," Howard said, and went into the kitchen. Standing in the little space between the gas stove and the refrigerator were a few cleaning implements. A mop, a bucket filled with old rags, a broom with a dustpan snugged down over the handle. Howard took the broom in one hand, holding it well toward the bristles, and the dustpan in the other. Thus armed, he walked reluctantly back through the small living room to the bathroom door. He cocked his head forward, listened. Scratch, scratch, scritchy scratch. A very small sound. Probably not a rat, yet that was what his mind insisted on conjuring up. Not just a rat, but a New York rat. An ugly, bushy thing with tiny black eyes and long whiskers like wire, and snaggle teeth protruding from below its V-shaped upper lip. A rat with attitude. The sound was tiny, almost delicate, but nevertheless. Behind him, Alex Trebek said, This Russian madman was shot, stabbed, and strangled. All in the same night. Who was Lenin? One of the contestants responded. Who was Rasputin, P-Brain? Howard Mitlow murmured. He transferred the dustpan to the hand holding the broom, then snaked his free hand into the bathroom and turned on the light. He stepped in and moved quickly to the tub and crammed into the corner below the dirty mesh-covered window. He hated rats and mice. Hated all little furry things that squeaked and scuttered, and sometimes bit. But he discovered as a boy growing up in Hell's Kitchen that if you had to dispatch one of them, it was best to do it quickly. It would do him no good to sit in his chair and ignore the sound. Vi had helped herself to a couple of beers during the news, and the bathroom would be her first stop when she returned from the market. If there was a mouse in the tub, she would raise the roof and demand he do his manly duty and dispatch it anyway, post-haste. The tub was empty save for the handheld shower attachment. Its hose lay on the enamel like a dead snake. The scratching had stopped either when Howard turned on the light or when he entered the room, but now it started again. Behind him, he turned and took 3 steps toward the bathroom basin, raising the broom handle as he moved. The fist wrapped around the handle got to the level of his chin and then froze. He stopped moving. His jaw came unhinged. If he had looked at himself in the toothpaste-spotted mirror over the basin, he would have seen shiny strings of spittle, as gossamer as strands of spiderweb, gleaming between his tongue and the roof of his mouth. A finger had poked its way out of the drain hole in the basin. A human finger. For a moment it froze, as if aware it had been discovered. Then it began to move again, feeling its worm-like way around the pink porcelain. It reached the white rubber plug, felt its way over it, then descended to the porcelain again. The scratching noise hadn't been made by tiny claws of a mouse, after all. It was the nail on the end of that finger, tapping the porcelain as it circled and circled. Howard gave voice to a rusty, bewildered scream, dropped the broom, and ran for the bathroom door. He hit the tile wall with his shoulder instead, rebounded, and tried again. This time he got out, swept the door shut behind him, and only stood there with his back pressed against it, breathing hard. His heartbeat was hard, toneless Morse code high up in one side of his throat. He couldn't have stood there for long. When he regained control of his thoughts, Alex Trebek was still guiding that evening's 3 contestants through single jeopardy. But while he did, he had no sense of time passing, where he was, or even who he was. What brought him out of it was the electronic whizzing sound that signaled a daily double square. The category is space and aviation, Alex was saying. You currently have $700, Mildred. How much do you wish to wager? Mildred, who did not have game show host projection, muttered something inaudible in response. Howard moved away from the door and back into the living room on legs which felt like pogo sticks. He still had the dustpan in one hand. He looked at it for a moment and then let it fall to the carpet. It hit him with a dusty little thump. I didn't see that, Howard Mitla said in a trembling little voice, and collapsed into his chair. All right, Mildred. For $500, this Air Force test site was originally known as Muroc Proving Ground. Howard peered at the TV. Mildred, a mousy little woman with a hearing aid as big as a clock radio screwed into one ear, was thinking deeply. I didn't see that, he said with a little more conviction. What is Vandenberg Air Base? Mildred asked. What is Edwards Air Base, bird brain? Howard said, and as Alex Trebek confirmed what Howard Mitla already knew, Howard repeated, I didn't see that at all. But Violet would be back soon, and he had left the broom in the bathroom. Alex Trebek told the contestants and the viewing audience that it was still anybody's game, and they would be back to play Double Jeopardy, where the scores could really change in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. A politician came and began explaining why he should be reelected. Howard got reluctantly to his feet. His legs felt a little more like legs and a little less like pogo sticks, with metal fatigue now. But he still didn't want to go back into the bathroom. Look, he told himself, this is perfectly simple. Things like this always are. You had a momentary hallucination. The sort of thing that probably happens to people all the time. The only reason you don't hear about them more often is people don't like to talk about them. Having hallucinations is embarrassing. Talking about them makes people feel the way you're going to feel if that broom is still on the floor in there when V comes back and asks what you were up to. Look, the politician on TV was saying in rich, confidential tones. When you get right down to cases, it's perfectly simple. Do you want an honest, competent man running the Nassau County Bureau of Records, or do you want a man from upstate, a hired gun who's never even... It was the air in the pipes, I bet, Howard said, and although the sound, which had taken him into the bathroom in the first place, had not sounded the slightest bit like air in the pipes, just hearing his own voice, reasonable, under control again, got him moving with a little more authority. Besides, V would be home soon. Any minute, really. He stood outside the door, listening. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It sounded like the world's smallest blind man, tapping his cane on the porcelain in there, feeling his way around, checking out the old surroundings. Air in the pipes, Howard said. Air in the pipes, Howard said in a strong, declamatory voice, and boldly threw the bathroom door open. He bent low, grabbed the broom handle, and snatched it back out the door. He did not have to take more than 2 steps into the little room with its faded, lumpy linoleum and its dingy, mesh crisscross view on the air shaft, and he most certainly did not look into the bathroom sink. He stood outside listening. Scratch, 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 scratch. He returned the broom and the dustpan to the little nook in the kitchen between the stove and the refrigerator, and then returned to the living room. He stood there for a moment, looking at the bathroom door. It stood ajar, spilling a fan of yellow light into the little squib of hall. You better go turn off the light. You know how V raises the roof about stuff like that. You don't even have to go in. Just reach through the door and flick it off. What if something touched his hand while he was reaching for the light switch? What if another finger touched his finger? How about that, fellows and girls? You could still hear that sound. There was something terribly relentless about it. It was maddening. Scratch, scratch, scratch. On the TV, Alex Trebek was reading the Double Jeopardy categories. Howard went over and turned up the sound a little. And he sat down in his chair again and told himself he didn't hear anything from the bathroom. Not a single thing. Except for maybe a little air in the pipes. Vi Mitla was one of those women who move with such dainty precision that they seem almost fragile. But Howard had been married to her for 21 years, and he knew there was nothing fragile about her at all. She ate, drank, worked, danced, and made love in exactly the same way. Con brio. I don't know what that means. She came into the apartment with a pocket hurricane. With vigor. With vigor. Conbrio means with vigor. Okay, she came into the apartment like a pocket hurricane. One large arm curled a brown paper sack against the right side of her bosom. She carried it into the kitchen without pausing. Howard heard the bag crackle, heard the refrigerator door open, then close again. When she came back, she tossed Howard her coat. "Hang this up for me, will you?" she asked. I've got to pee. Do I ever? Whew. Whew was one of Vi's favorite exclamations. Her version rhymed with P-U. P-U. The child's exclamation for something smelly. "Sure, Vi," Howard said, and rose slowly to his feet. With Vi's dark blue coat in his arms, his eyes never left her as she went down the hall and through the bathroom door. "Con Ed loves it when you leave the lights on, Howie," she called back over her shoulder. "I did it on purpose," he said. "I knew that'd be your first stop." She laughed. You heard the rustle of her clothes. "You know me too well. People will say we're in love." "You ought to tell her. Warn her," Howard thought, and knew he could do nothing of the kind. What was he supposed to say? "Watch out, Vi. There's a finger coming out of the basin drain hole. Don't let the guy it belongs to poke you in the eye if you bend over to get a glass of water." Besides, it had just been a hallucination, one brought on by a little air in the pipes and his fear of rats and mice. Now that some minutes had gone by, this seemed almost plausible to him. Just the same, he stood there with Vi's coat in his arms, waiting to see if she would scream. And after 10 or 15 endless seconds, she did. "My God, Howard!" Howard jumped, hugging the coat more tightly to his chest. His heart, which had begun to slow down, began to do its Morse code number again. He struggled to speak, but at first his throat was locked shut. "What?" he managed finally. "What, Vi? What is it?" "The towels. Half of them are on the floor. Sheesh, what happened?" "I don't know," he called back. His heart was thumping harder than ever, and it was impossible to tell if the sickish, puky feeling deep down in his belly was a relief or terror. He supposed he must have knocked the towels off the shelf during his first attempt to exit the bathroom, when he hit the wall. "Must be spooky," she said. "Also, I don't mean to nag, but you forgot to put the ring down again." "Oh, sorry," he said. "Yeah, that's what you always say," her voice fluttered back. "Sometimes they think you want me to fall in and drown. I really do." There was a clunk as she put it down herself. Howard waited, heart thumping away, her coat still hugged against his chest. He holds the record for the most strikeouts in it. He holds the most strikeouts for in a single game, Alex Trebek read. "Who is Tom Seaver?" Mildred snapped right back. "Roger Clemens, you nitwit," Howard said. Pooh whoosh. There went the flush. And the moment he was waiting for, Howard had just realized this consciously, was now at hand. The pause seemed almost endless. Then he heard the squeak of the washer and the bathroom faucet marked H. He kept meaning to replace that washer and kept forgetting, followed by water flowing into the basin, followed by the sound of Vi briskly washing her hands. No screams. Of course not, because there was no finger. Air in the pipes, Howard said with more assurance, and went to hang up his wife's coat. She came out, adjusting her skirt. "I got the ice cream," she said. cherry vanilla, just like you wanted. But before we try it, why don't you have a beer with me, Howie? It's this new stuff, American Grain, it's called. I never heard of it, but it was on sale, so I bought a six-pack. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. It says grained. Am I right? Hardy har, he said, wrinkling his nose. Why is pen? Oh, it's supposed to. Yeah, nothing grained. Oh, American Grain is the name of the beer. I see. Hardy har, he said, wrinkling his nose. Vi's penchant for puns had struck him as cute when he first met her, but it had staled somewhat over the years. Still, now that he was over his fright, a beer sounded like just the thing. Then, as Vi went into the kitchen to get him a glass of her new find, he realized he wasn't over his fright at all. He supposed that having a hallucination was better than seeing a real finger poking out of the drain of the bathroom basin. A finger that was alive and moving around. But it wasn't exactly an evening maker either. Howard sat down to his chair again. As Alex Trebek announced the Final Jeopardy category. It was the 60s. He found himself thinking of various TV shows he'd seen where it turned out that a character who was having hallucinations either had A, epilepsy, or B, a brain tumor. He found he could remember a lot of them. You know, Vi said, coming back into the room with 2 glasses of a beer, I don't like the Vietnamese people who run that market. I don't think I'll ever like them. I think they're sneaky. Have you ever caught them doing anything sneaky? Howard asked. He himself thought the Laws were exceptional people, but tonight he didn't care much one way or the other. No, I said, not a thing, and that makes me all the more suspicious. Also, they smile all the time. My father used to say, never trust a smiling man. He also said, Howard, are you feeling all right? He said that? Howard asked, making a rather feeble attempt at levity. Très amusant, chérie. You look pale as milk. Are you coming down with something? No, he thought of saying. I'm not coming down with something. That's too mild a term for it. I think I might have epilepsy or a brain tumor, Vi. How's that for coming down with something? It's just work, I guess, he said. I told you about the new tax account in St. Anne's... new tax account, St. Anne's Hospital. What about it? It's a rat's nest, he said, and that immediately made him think of the bathroom again, and the sink and the drain. None should be allowed to do bookkeeping. Someone ought to have put it in the Bible just to make sure. You let Mr. Lathrop push you around too much, Vi told him firmly. It's going to go on and on unless you stand up for yourself. Do you want a heart attack? No. And I don't want epilepsy or brain tumor either. Please, God, make it a one-time thing. Okay, just some weird mental burp. That happens once and never again, okay? Please, pretty please. With some sugar on it. You bet you don't, she said grimly. Eileen Katz was just saying the other day that men under 50 have heart attacks. They almost never come out of the hospital again. And you're only 41. You have to stand up for yourself, Howard. Stop being such a pushover. I guess so, he said glumly. Alex Trebek came on and gave the Final Jeopardy answer. This group of hippies crossed the United States in a bus with writer Ken Kesey. The Final Jeopardy music began to play. The 2 contestants were writing busily. Mildred, the woman with the microwave oven in her ear... The microwave oven in her ear looked lost. At last she began to scratch something. She did it with a marked look of enthusiasm. Vi took a deep swallow from her glass. Hey, she said, not bad. And only 267 a six-pack. Howard drank some himself. It was nothing special, but it was wet, at least, and cool, soothing. Neither of the male contestants was even close. Mildred was also wrong, but she at least was in the ballpark. Who are the merry men? She had written. Merry pranksters, you dope, Howard said. I looked at him admiringly. You know all the answers, Howard, don't you? I only wish I did, Howard said and sighed. Howard didn't care much for beer, but that night he helped himself to 3 cans of Vi's new fine, nevertheless. Vi commented on it, said that if she'd known he was going to like it that much, she would have stopped by the drugstore and gotten him an IV hookup. Another time-honored Viaism. He forced a smile. He was actually hoping the beer would send him off to sleep quickly. He was afraid that, without a little help, he might be awake for quite a while, thinking about what he had imagined he'd seen in the bathroom sink. But as Vi had often informed him, beer was full of vitamin P, and around 8:30, after she had retired to the bedroom to put on her nightgown, Howard went reluctantly into the bathroom to relieve himself. First, he walked over to the bathroom sink and forced himself to look in. Nothing. This was a relief. In the end, a hallucination was still better than an actual finger. He discovered, despite the possibility of a brain tumor. But he still didn't like looking down the drain. The brass crosshatch inside that was supposed to catch things like clots of hair or dropped bobby pins had disappeared years ago, and there was only a dark hole rimmed by a circle of tarnished steel. It looked like a staring eye socket. Howard took the rubber plug and stuck it in the drain. That was better. He stepped away from the sink and put up the toilet ring. Vi complained bitterly if he forgot to put it down when he was through, but never seemed to feel any pressing need to put it back up when she was. And addressed to John. He was one of those men who only began to urinate immediately when the need was extreme, and who could not urinate at all in crowded public lavatories. The thought of all those men standing in line behind him just shut down his circuits, and he did now what he almost always did in the few seconds between the aiming of the instrument and the commencement of target practice. He recited prime numbers in his mind. Oh, I thought it was counting backwards from 10, but that worked for me. He had reached 13 and was on the verge of flowing when there was a sudden sharp sound from behind him. Whack! His bladder recognized the sound of the rubber plug being forced sharply out of the drain, even before his brain did. The clamp shut immediately, and rather painfully. A moment later, that sound, the sound of the nail clipping lightly against the porcelain, as the questing finger twisted and turned, began again. Howard's skin went cold and seemed to shrink until it was too small to cover the flesh beneath. A single drop of urine spilled from him and plinked in the bowl before his penis actually seemed to shrink in his hand, retreating like a turtle, seeking the safety of its shell. Howard walked slowly and not quite steadily over to the wash basin. He looked in. The finger was back. It was a very long finger, but seemed otherwise normal. Howard could see the nail, which was neither bitten nor abnormally long, and the first two knuckles. As he watched, it continued to tap and feel its way around the basin. Howard bent down and looked under the sink. The pipe, which came out of the floor, was no more than 3 inches in diameter. It was not big enough for an arm. Besides, it made a severe bend at the place where the sink trap was, so just what that finger was attached to. What could it be attached to? Howard straightened up again, and for one alarming moment he felt that his head might simply detach itself from his neck and float away. Small black specks floated across his field of vision. I'm going to faint, he thought. He grabbed his right earlobe and yanked it once. Hard, the way a frightened passenger who's seen trouble up the line might yank the emergency stop cord of a railroad car. The dizziness passed, but the finger was still there. It was not a hallucination. How could it be? He could see a tiny bead of water on the nail, a tiny bead of whiteness beneath it. Soap, almost surely soap, if he had washed her hands after using the John. It could be a hallucination, though. It still could be. Just because you see soap and water on it, does that mean you can't be imagining it? And listen, Howard, if you're not imagining it, what's it doing in there? How did it get in there in the first place? And how come Vi didn't see it? Call her, then. Call her in, his mind instructed, and in the next microsecond countermanded his own order. No, don't do that, because if you go on seeing it and she doesn't. Howard shut his eyes tight, and for a moment he lived in a world where there was only red flashes of light and his own crazy heartbeat. When he opened them again, the finger was still there. What are you? He whispered, through tightly stretched lips. What are you, and what are you doing here? The finger stopped its blind explorations at once. It swiveled and pointed directly at Howard. Howard blundered a step backwards, his hands rising to his mouth to stifle a scream. He wanted to tear his eyes from the wretched, awful thing. He wanted to flee the bathroom in a rush. Never mind what Vi might think or say or see. But for the moment he was paralyzed and unable to tear his gaze away from the pink-white digit, which now resembled nothing so much as an organic periscope. Then it curled at the second knuckle. The end of the finger dipped, touched the porcelain, and resumed its tapping circular explanations. What's more? Howie? Vi called. Did you fall in? Be right out, he called back in an insanely cheery voice. He flushed away the single drop of pee which had fallen into the toilet, then moved toward the door, giving the sink a wide berth. He did catch sight of himself in the bathroom mirror. However, his eyes were huge, his skin wretchedly pale. He gave each of his cheeks a brisk pinch before leaving the bathroom, which had become, in the space of one short hour, the most horrible and inexplicable place he had ever visited in his life. When Vi came out into the kitchen to see what was taking him so long, she found Howard looking into the refrigerator. What do you want? She asked. A Pepsi. I think I'll go down to Laws and get one. On top of the 3 beers and a bowl of cherry ice cream? You'll bust, Howard. No, I won't, he said. But if he wasn't able to offload what his kidneys were holding, he might. Are you sure you feel all right? Vi was looking at him critically, but her tone was gentler now, tinged with real concern. Because you look terrible, really. Well, he said reluctantly, there's been some flu going around the office, I suppose. I'll go get your damn soda if you really need it, she said. No, you won't, Howard interposed hastily. You're in your nightgown. Look, I'll put on my coat. When was the last time you had a soup-to-nuts physical, Howard? It's been so long I've forgotten. I'll look it up tomorrow, he said vaguely, going into the little foyer where the coats were hung. It must be in one of the insurance folders. Well, you better. And if you insist on being crazy and going out, wear my scarf. Okay, good idea. He pulled on his topcoat and buttoned it, facing away from her, so she wouldn't see how his hands were shaking. He turned around. Vi was just disappearing back into the bathroom. He stood there in fascinated silence for several moments, waiting to see if she would scream this time. And then the water began to run in the basement. This followed by the sound of Vi brushing her teeth in her usual manner, con brio. He stood there a moment longer, and his mind suddenly offered its verdict in 4 flat, nonsense words. Non-nonsense words. I'm losing my grip. It might be, but that didn't change the fact that if he didn't take a whiz very soon, he was going to have an embarrassing accident. That at least was a problem he could solve, and Howard took a certain comfort in the fact. He opened the door and began to step out, then paused to pull Vi's scarf off the hook. When are you going to tell her about the latest fascinating development in the life of Howard Mitla? His mind inquired suddenly. Howard shut the thought out and concentrated on tucking the ends of his scarf into the lapels of his overcoat. The Mitla apartment was on the 4th floor of a 9-story building on Hawking Street. To the right and half a block down, on the corner of Hawking and Queens Boulevard, was Law's 24-hour delicatessen and convenience market. Howard turned left and walked to the end of the building. Here was a narrow alleyway which gave on the air shaft at the rear of the building. Trash bins lined both sides of the alley. Between them were literary spaces where homeless people, some but by no means of all themselves, homeless people, some but by no means all of them winos, often made their comfortless newspaper beds. No one seemed to have taken up residence in the alley this evening, for which Howard was profoundly grateful. He stepped forward, between the first and second bins, unzipped and urinated copiously. At first, the relief was so great that he felt almost blessed in spite of the evening's trials. But as the flow slackened and he began to consider his position again, anxiety started creeping back in. His position was, in a word, untenable. Here he was, pissing against the wall of the building in which he had a warm, safe apartment, looking over his shoulder, all the while to see if he was being observed. The arrival of a junkie or a mugger, while he was in such a defenseless position, would be bad. But he wasn't sure that the arrival of someone he knew, the Fensters from 2C, for instance, or the Daddlebaums from 3F, wouldn't be even worse. What could he say? And what might that motor mouth Alicia Fenster say goodbye. He finished, zipped his pants, and walked back to the mouth of the alley. After a prudent look in both directions, he proceeded down to Law's and bought a can of Pepsi Cola from the smiling, olive-skinned Mrs. Law. "You look pale tonight, Mr. Mitra." And she said through her constant smile, "Feeling all right? Fearing all right?" "Oh, yes," he thought. "I'm fearing just fine, thank you, Miss Law. Never better or on that score. I think I might have caught a little bug at the sink," he told her. She began to frown through a smile and he realized what he had said. "At the office, I mean." "Better bunder up warm," she said. The frown line had smoothed out of her almost ethereal forehead. "Radio say cold weather is coming." "Thank you," he said, and left. On his way back to the apartment, he opened the Pepsi and poured it out on the sidewalk. Considering the fact that his bathroom had apparently become hostile territory, the last thing he needed tonight was any more drink. When he let himself go in again, he could hear Vi snoring softly in the bedroom. 3 cans of beer had sent her off quickly and efficiently. He put the empty can of soda on the counter in the kitchen and paused outside the bathroom door. After a moment or two, he tilted his head against the wood. "Scritch, scratch, scritch, scratch, scritch, scratch. Dirty son of a bitch," he whispered. Happy 420, everybody. Happy 420. That's the 420 alarm. All right. Dirty son of a bitch, he whispered. He went to bed without brushing his teeth for the first time since his 2-week stint at Camp High Pines, when he had been 12 and his mother had forgotten to pack his toothbrush, and lay in bed beside Vi, wakeful. He could hear the sound of the finger making its ceaseless exploratory rounds in the bathroom sink, nail clicking and tap dancing. He couldn't really hear it, not with both doors closed, and he knew this, but he imagined he heard it, and that was just as bad. No, it isn't, he told himself, and at least you know you're imagining it. With the finger itself, you're not sure. This was but little comfort. he still wasn't able to get to sleep, and he was no closer to solving his problem. He did know he couldn't spend the rest of his life making excuses to go outside and pee in the alley next to the building. He doubted if he could manage that for even 48 hours. And what was going to happen the next time he had to take a dump? Friends and neighbors? There was a question he'd never seen it asked in a round of Final Jeopardy, and he didn't have a clue what the answer might be. Not the alley, though. He was sure of that much, at least. Maybe, the voice in his head suggested cautiously, he'll get used to the damn thing. No, the idea was insane. He had been married to Vi for 21 years, and he still found it impossible to go to the bathroom when she was in there with him. The circuits just overloaded and shut down. She could sit there cheerily on the john, peeing and talking to him all day about her day at Dr. Stone's while he shaved. But he could not do the same. He just wasn't built that way. That finger doesn't go away on its own. You better be prepared to make some changes in the way you're built, then, the voice told him, because I think you're going to have to make some modifications in the basic structure. He turned his head and glanced at the clock on the bed table. It was 1:45 in the morning, and he realized dolefully that he had to pee again. He got up carefully, stole from the bathroom, past the closed bathroom door with the ceaseless scratching, tapping sounds coming from behind it, and went into the kitchen. He moved a step stool in front of the kitchen sink, mounted it, and aimed carefully into the drain. Ears cocked all the while for the sound of Vi getting out of bed. He finally managed, but not until he had reached 347 in his catalog of prime numbers. It was an all-time record. He replaced the step stool and shuffled back to bed, thinking, I can't go on like this, not for long, I just can't. He bared his teeth at the bathroom door as he passed it. When the alarm went off at 6:30 the next morning, he stumbled out of bed, shuffled onto the bathroom, and went inside. The drain was empty. Thank God, he said in a low, trembling voice, a sublime gust of relief. Relief so great it felt like some sort of sacred revelation blew through him. Oh, thank God. The finger popped up like a jack popping up of a jack in the box. I gotta check the time. Set a timer for 10 minutes. Set a timer for 10 minutes.
Your timer is set for 10 minutes.
The finger popped up like a jack popping up out of a jack-in-the-box, as if the sound of his voice had called it. It spun around 3 times, fast, and then bent as stiffly as an Irish setter on point. It was pointing straight at him. Howard retreated, his upper lip rising and falling rapidly in an unconscious snarl. Now the tip of the finger curled up and down, as if it was waving at him. Good morning, Howard. So nice to be here. Fuck you, he muttered. He turned and faced the toilet. He tried resolutely to pass water at nothing. He felt a sudden lurid rush of rage, an urge to simply whirl and pounce on the nasty intruder in the sink, to rip it out of its cave and throw it on the floor and snap it on his bare feet. Howard? Vi said blearily. She knocked on the door. Almost done? Yes, he said, trying his best to make his voice normal. He flushed the toilet. It was clear that Vi would not have known or much cared if he sounded normal or not. She took very little interest in how he looked. She was suffering from an unplanned hangover. Not the worst one I ever had, but still pretty bad, she mumbled as she brushed past him, hiked her nightdress, and plopped onto the jakes. She propped her forehead in one hand. No more of that stuff, please and thank you. American grain, my rosy red ass. Someone should have told those babies you put fertilizer on the hops before you grew them. Not after. A headache. on 3 lousy beers. Gosh, you buy cheap, you get cheap, especially when it's those creepy laws doing the selling. Be a dollface and get me some aspirin, will you, Howie? Sure, he said, and approached the sink carefully. The finger was gone again. Vi, it seemed, had once more frightened it off. He got the aspirin out of the medicine cabinet and removed 2. When he reached to put the bottle back, he saw the tip of the finger protrude momentarily from the drain. It came out no more than a quarter of an inch, and again it seemed to execute that miniature wave before diving back out of sight. I'm going to get rid of you, my friend, he thought suddenly. The feeling that had accompanied the thought was anger, pure, simple anger, and it delighted him. The emotion cruised into his battered, bewildered mind like one of those huge Soviet icebreakers that crush and slice their way through the masses of pack ice with casual ease. I'm going to get you. I don't know how yet, but I will. He handed Vi the aspirin and said, Just a minute. I'll get you a glass of water. Don't bother, Vi said drearily, and crunched both tablets between her teeth. Works faster this way. I'll bet it plays hell on your insides, though, Howard said. He found he didn't mind being in the bath with them very much at all, as long as Vi was in there with him. Don't care, she said, more drearily still. She flushed the toilet. How are you this morning? Not great, he said truthfully. You got one too? A hangover? No, I think it's that flu bug I told you about. My throat's sore. I think I'm running a finger. What? Fever, he said. Fever is what I meant to say. Well, you better stay home. She went to the sink, selected her toothbrush from the holder, and began to brush vigorously. Maybe you better too, he said. He didn't want Vi to stay home, however. He wanted her right by Dr. Stone's side while Dr. Stone filled cavities and did root canals. But it would have been unfeeling not to have said something. She glanced up at him in the mirror. Already a little color was returning to her cheeks, a little sparkle to her eye. Vi also recovered con brio. The day I call in sick at work because I've got a hangover will be the day I quit drinking altogether, she said. Besides, the doc's going to need me. We're pulling a couple set of uppers. Dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. She spat directly into the drain, and Howard thought, fascinated, the next time it pops up, it'll have toothpaste on it. Jesus. You stay home and keep warm, and drink plenty of fluids, Vi said. She adopted her head nurse tone now, the tone which said, if you're not taking all this down, be it on your own head. Catch up on your reading, and by the by, show that Mr. Hotshit Lathrop what he's missing when you don't come in. Make him think twice. That's not a bad idea at all, Howard said. She kissed him on the way by and dropped him a wink. Your shrinking violet knows a few of the answers, too, she said. By the time she left to catch her bus an hour later, she was singing lustily, her hangover forgotten. The first thing Howard did following Vi's departure was to haul the step stool over the kitchen sink and whiz into the drain again. It was easier with Vi out of the house. It barely reached 23, the 9th prime number, before getting down to business. With that problem squared away, at least for the next few hours, he walked back into the bathroom, poked his head through the bathroom door. He saw the finger at once, and that was wrong. It was impossible because he was way over here, and the basin should have cut off his view. But it didn't, and that meant, "What are you doing, you bastard?" Howard croaked, and the finger, which had been twisting back and forth as if to test the wind, turned toward him. There was toothpaste on it, just as he had known there would be. It bent in his direction. Only now it bent in 3 places, and that was impossible too, quite impossible, because when you got to the 3rd knuckle of any given finger, you were up to the back of the hand. It's getting longer, his mind gibbered. I don't know how that can happen, but it is. If I can see over the top of the basin from here, it must be at least 3 inches long, maybe more. He closed the bathroom door gently and staggered back into the living room. His legs had once again turned into malfunctioning pogo sticks. His mental icebreaker was gone, flattened under a great white weight of panic and bewilderment. No iceberg, this. It was a whole glacier. Howard Mittler sat down in his chair, and closed his eyes. He had never felt more alone, more disoriented, more utterly powerless in his entire life. He sat that way for some time, and at last his fingers began to relax on the arms of his chair. He had spent most of the previous night wide awake. Now he simply drifted off to sleep while the lengthening finger in his bathroom drain tapped and circled and tapped. He dreamed he was a contestant on Jeopardy, not the new big money version, but the original daytime show. Instead of computer screens, a stagehand behind the game board simply pulled up a card when a contestant called for a particular answer. Alex Trebek had been replaced by Art Fleming with his slick-back hair, and somehow Prissy, poor boy at the party, smiled. The woman in the middle was still Mildred, and she still had a satellite downlink in her ear, but her hair was teased up into a Jacqueline Kennedy bouffant, and her wire-rimmed glasses had been replaced by a pair of cat's eye frames, and everyone was black and white, him included. "Okay, Howard," Art said, and pointed at him. His index finger was a grotesque thing, easily a foot long. It stuck out of his loosely curled fist like a pedagogue's pointer. There was dried toothpaste on the nail. "It's your turn to select." Howard looked at the board and said, "I'd like pests and vipers for 100, Art." The square with $100 on it was removed, revealing an answer which Art now read. "The best way to get rid of those troublesome fingers in your bathroom drain." "What is?" Howard said, and then came a blank. A black and white studio audience stared silently at him. A black and white cameraman dollied in for a close-up of his sweat-streaked black and white face. "What is, Hurry up, Howard. You're almost out of time," Art Fleming cajoled, waving his grotesquely elongated finger at Howard. But Howard was a total blank. He was going to miss the question. The $100 would be deducted from his score. He was going to go into the minus column. He was going to be a complete loser. They probably wouldn't even give him the lousy set of encyclopedias. The delivery truck on the street below backfired loudly. Howard sat up with a jerk, which almost pitched him out of his chair. "What is liquid drain cleaner?" he screamed. "What is liquid drain cleaner?" It was, of course, the correct answer. He began to laugh. He was still laughing 5 minutes later as he shrugged into his topcoat and stepped out the door. Howard picked up the plastic bottle from the toothpick chewing clerk at the Queens Boulevard Happy Handman hardware store. It had just sat down on the counter. There was a carton woman in an apron on the front. She stood with one hand on her hip, while she used the other hand to pour a gush of drain cleaner into something that was either an industrial sink or Orson Welles' bidet. Gonna have to finish it tomorrow night. Dang it to heck. Good night, old friends and new. Good night, old friends. Good night, old friends and Dang it. All right. It did go by quickly. All right. So. Thanks, Christina. All right. So some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. Good night, Scott. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. Thanks for reading. William's still here too. Thanks, man. Thanks. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. We've come to the anticlimax. We've come again to the anticlimax. It takes 4 hours to get here. The So I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 809 pills, 809 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around about the show. Ding dong bell, oh boy does she now the hell. I mean, heck, the show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber created by me that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of odds, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye. I am what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Hi, Melissa. Come up to the lab, see what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. To touch me, I want to be dirty, thrill me, chill me, fulfill me, creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python, finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam, thank you ma'am, you got the show. Hey, I'm doing pretty good, how are you? Everything is out of place, another time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant, Harambe will always be ready for her I-5s the first, on the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sempstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. Good night, Sue. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, Pre-Exposure Protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! Alright, pill number 809 down the hatch. We are robot. Good night, Christina. Yay, woo! Alright, dang it. All right. Thank you all for being here. I really enjoyed tonight. Oh, dang it. All right, so this is the house that Jack built. This is the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate them out, that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed a dog. The tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate them out, that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn. The tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate them out, that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate them out, that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the priest, all shaven and shorn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate them out, that lay in the house that Jack built. This is a cock that crowed in the morn, that woke the priest, all shaven and shorn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate them out, that lay in the house that Jack built. Woo! Alright, and this is the farmer that sowed the corn, that fed the cock, that crowed in the morn, that woke the priest, all shaven and shorn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, milked the cow, the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat that ate them out, that lay in the house of Jack built. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Melissa, the first time you've seen the end of the show, well, thank you for being here. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Alright, alright. Alright, come back tomorrow. I'll have more ideas for you. You'll have things you want to talk about. So will I. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Stand up, Barbie. It's now or never. Alright, I love you all. Goodbye, Rams Killer. Alright, good night, everyone. Alright, I love you all. My cock's out. Rocking out with my cock out. Alright, I love you all. Good night, good night.